Yo, Curtis. Yeah, I know we,
Yo, Curtis.
yeah, I know we,
Yo.
there you go. Gotta mute the video so there's no, feedback. So, here we are today with another stream. I just tweeted out right now that, Black Tempo decks, specifically, Shadow decks, had a strong weekend, and if nothing else, I think there will be at least some blue-red players who or tempo players who will, if nothing else, try for fun. The new Shadow deck that, well, it's not even new, but it's playing notably three snuff outs, which awkward in the mirror, obviously, but can give you the tempo in the tempo mirror even, right, against Delver. Obviously, Shadow can't really be killed by these blue red decks. It can only be submerged or countered. So notably, one of the questions I have been getting the last, I don't know, week or so, because I feel like Elves has been really trending up in terms of popularity. Notably speaking, our version with Reclaimer, and shout out to Curtis, by the way. Shout out to Curtis, by the way, for the Hogak Depths top aiding that, like, 2 years ago, whatever it was, when Reclaimer came out. That's the only reason why I even tried Reclaimer and Elves, because the logic is if another deck is playing a 4x, one drop elf, it's probably worth at least investigating in your Glimpse of Nature deck. So that's where we are today. And so, yeah, within the last week or two, so there you go, three in a row. I thought it was two, but there you go, it was three, and I definitely took notice at that time. I don't even think I was even playing online yet. Actually, I was, but like not very much because I think I just got a dog. Um, but definitely much weaker of a player at the time than I am. I think currently, given that you just naturally level up over time. But I noticed, yeah, the Hogax deck running, four reclaimers and again, same logic, right? Like if reclaimer is good enough as a 4x in top in a deck that top eights three times in a row, or at least I thought it was two, but looks like it's three. Probably worth investigating, especially since the ability is a crop rotation ability that has seen occasional play even at the time in Elves. I actually, believe it or not, Curtis, I'll give you a mod if you want it. But I have had illusions of grandeur of playing one Hogak and one Fierce Empith in my deck as a way to just go over the top of some of these blue-red strategies. Now, whether that's good or not is another story, but maybe that's worth investigating, on a stream later down the road. 1 second, as I will mod you and your alts. Maybe not all your alts, but I will mod you, and then you can give mod access to all your accounts. I believe that's how it works. I could be wrong. Um, but yeah, the question I've been getting lately is why is Streak Maw in this deck? And the short answer was so your Aaron Relentless suggested to me, I want to say like early June or something like that. I don't remember what it was. My initial gut was probably not good enough, and that would have been the end of the story for the most part in most cases. But I think a few weeks passed, and I was noticing the play patterns of the blue red matchup specifically, namely that they would be hell bent trying to keep us off mana during the first, three turns, whatever it is, of the game. And then we get to this mid game where like it's time for us to capitalize because I think Elves is favored in the mid game against Delver. But then I would have Glimpse of Nature stuck in my hand with 0 or 1 creatures. And Assassin's Trophy had been the removal of choice for a long time since Eternal Weekend. We went away from that because Boseiju got printed, and I felt like we could upgrade our removal suite to be tempo positive. Snuff Out is very strong, and probably what I would play if the Delver matchup were not as close as it is. And then we eventually stole from the Ninjas community the tech of Murderous Cut. Um, and Murderous Cut actually, if you want to be Delver at the time, was probably the best option. And then it just turns out now that Shriek Maw is better than Murderous Cut. So I think if you really want, I mean, I made this chart by the way. I'll just post here if you are curious. I posted this on Patreon, but I'll put it here again. Um, in my opinion, the four reasonable options to play for removal in Elves are Shriek Maw, Snuff Out, Assassin's Trophy, or Run of Foul. We did play Murderous Cut, but I just think Murderous Cut is now outclassed by the combination of Shriek Maw and Assassin's Trophy. If you want something that is instant speed and I guess more flexible, I think you just play Assassin's Trophy. I think if you want to beat Delver, you play Shriek Maw because it helps with sequencing. Namely, you can cast Glimpse of Nature earlier. That is the big. I know there's this misconception out there that the reason is because you can Once Upon a Time into it. That is a nice plus and definitely relevant, but that is not the number one reason. The number one reason is because of Glimpse of Nature sequencing. And then finally, if you hard cast it, the game is probably just over on the spot, right? It's just too much value. But that's more a bonus than anything else. Snuff Out, I think, is the overall strongest card, and probably what I would play if for some reason this matchup shifted even more in our direction going forward, because Snuff Out is like relevant against these creature combo decks. But I think the blue-red matchup is too close to call at the moment, where I don't want to lean on a card that, where we take 4 life. All right. With that said, and if you want this, I can just send it out. This is like nothing special, right? I just made this like one afternoon. All right. So back to the Shriek Maw tech. Notably, I didn't think I would have to address the hole in Shriek Maw that early, namely that it cannot hit black and artifact creatures. Artifact creatures with Force of Vigor, I don't think is that big an issue. The black portion turns out to, hey Jason, how's it going? Turns out to be an issue now immediately because of the potential switch of other people to the Swamp Dot deck in either the Dreadnought or the specifically Shadow deck. Now, if I wanted to play it safe, I could um, what's it called? I could play like one Force of Vigor and just cut the Mindbreak Trap or something like that. Or I could even do something like two Veils and 2 Force of Vigor. So the Veil Summers, notably hitting black, Swamp Dot deck being relevant is a big draw, and I think based on the mapping, I don't want to go into it too much, but based on the mapping, I think we can play the one copy and board differently against these shadow decks now. Namely, I think we want to board into Veil Summer because the Shriek Maw is somewhat unreliable. It does hit a Murktide region for whatever that's worth, but I think I like this split at the moment. I really don't enjoy playing Mindbreak Trap, but it keeps winning me games. So we're gonna be like results oriented, I guess, at the moment and play Mindbreak Trap. Um, if before I start the league, anybody want me to play more copies of Veil Summer, I can just change these numbers. It doesn't really matter to me. If you want to see more Force of Vigor or maybe 2 Summers, 2 Force, let me know before we get started. I feel like maybe we should try 2 Veil only because I feel like because the whole point is maybe want to see how it lines up against these black decks. The mapping suggests only 1. I don't want to go into it too much, but that's just what the mapping says. So maybe this is reasonable. Okay, we'll try this just because it's. I wish we could play 4 Veil. It just doesn't. You get diminishing returns with Allosaurus Shepherd too, right? We're using Veil Summer really more as a anti-combo card and a protection spell. Also blowout against the discard hymns, right? So maybe we'll do that. We'll play two Veils only because we want to see it, right? If we do run into these black decks, just to see how it lines up. I think the rest is fine. I think if in the dark right now, if I were playing like the challenge, I typically won't, and unfortunately won't be able to play this showcase challenge because of family plans already. But uh, if I were just playing dark right now into a challenge, I'd probably only play one Veil based on the mapping. Veil of Summer also notably a card I have not liked in the past for different reasons. Namely, I don't as an elf player you don't really want to hold mana up. That's number one. Number two, it's not actually disruption. It's more like protection, if anything. Mulligan. I don't think we can keep that. We're on the play. I think we just put a land back and take the percentages that we draw a third land within the next few turns. Also, even we don't, we're ramping here, so that's sort of like a third land already, right? I don't know what our opponent's on. It looks like it's MNML, whatever that means. All right, so again, we did say Elves is quite popular at the moment, so there is that. We can't fully go off right now. I kind of want to go off the next turn, but we'll see. All right, I'm kind of glad we waited, right? All right, we're gonna go off the next turn. Uh, Something I have been thinking about lately is also does the interesting. Does the presence of the traditional build help us more, or do we help them more? I honestly don't know, and if somebody wants to chime in on like one way or another, I would be curious what you think. The reason why we would help them is because it's much harder to hate us out. So there might be players who are less inclined to dedicate sideboard hate like for elves because it's like, oh, what is the point? We're not going to be able to hate out the reclaimer anyways. The reason why they would hate to help us is because the hate that is good against this version tends to not be good against us. Okay, there's the druid. I think we want to do it this way. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Really? Okay. So yeah, I can't tell if they are helping us or we are helping them, or maybe both. I had an interesting conversation about this with Levi Leviathan 102, and he believes it depends on how favorable or unfavorable the that respective deck's matchup against elves is. So if it's really poor, there's no point of hating out and dedicating cyber cards because it's more difficult to hate out the reclaiming version. All right, I think we have lethal. We're notably attacking with a bunch here. So that's 8. Yeah, we're gonna be attacking with 8 plus. Yeah, it should be lethal. So that's 8 plus 14. So 22, right? They would, I think, have to lose their whole board. But Seiju being printed is also relevant for this matchup for the reasons we saw. I think here, obviously, we have more like mid-range elements. I don't even want to say mid-range really because the way this deck plays out is it kind of plays like Ant, where you're kind of reactive in the first few turns, and then you win when you need to, right? You sit, and then it's similar to also Esper Vial, But Sage on our mind let them untap if they had the second. Uh, yeah, that's fair. So what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Definitely want to take out these slower cards. I don't think we want Veil of Summer. Seems kind of whatever is in this match. Also, this version tends to like not even run discard anymore, which I think is like blasphemous, but neither here nor there. I actually think we rather have the Visionary than this Shepherd. Shepherd's kind of bad right now. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Yeah. Esperval. I think the deck plays out kind of similar to Esperval, where you have these like template board states that you just want to craft with. I think this is a mulligan. You have these template board states that you want to craft with Elvish Reclaimer, and it's kind of like when you play chess, right? You get into these board states, and from there it's a guaranteed win. It's kind of the same thing in terms of play patterns. I don't love this card, but it could do something against them, especially when on the draw. So one thing to keep in mind is they either missequenced here or their hand is like quite weak. Because if I were on the play, this is the one of the few exceptions. There are a few where I do not lead with discard, so they hit the mind trap. That's actually perfect for us. Um, I think we're gonna go ahead and develop our board because they kind of like time walk themselves, right? I'm gonna go ahead and reclaim it into C's. It feels like they have natural order or glimpse. Oops, cancel. That's not quite right. Ooh. Okay. That's kind of bad for us. Jesus. If we take the glimpse, they have the visionary, and then they're gonna probably visionary draw a few next turn. I feel like we take the visionary. If they want to bounce, we'll like play the percentages. Hey, how's it going, Jacob? How's it going? Yeah, I think we'll take the visionary, and I'm just gonna play the percentages. Like, if they want to bounce the burst lord, then they can't really do anything next turn. And if they whiff, it's just a disaster for them. They didn't even what? Oh, that's got to be a misplay. They needed to glimpse there, in my opinion. That's got to be a misplay. We're gonna glimpse first now and hope to strip their glimpse. I think here we can spire off the second glimpse and then untap. We're gonna get two draws. Not what I wanted to see. Notably here, I'm just gonna get the cradle. We tried to go out. We just didn't get there, right? our opponent is not very experienced in my opinion. They needed a bounce. Their creature end step there. We did draw the wrong one mana card, yeah. Looks like they're gonna go off and try to go off now, but they needed to do it last turn. We play the percentages, we just like did not get there here, and especially if they whiff off that glimpse, it's just a disaster now. Yeah, looks like they whiffed. That is just a disaster, I think, for our opponent. Shoot, I messed up. We needed to have the Reclaimer untapped, but that's not a big deal. That's fine. Alright, so let's see. I think here, if we do that, I think we want the Heritage now for mana reasons. If you had Reclaimer untapped, it'd be 76. Yeah, for sure. It definitely does not. There is a they are a slight favorite, I would say, in this matchup because um, they're a slight favorite in this matchup for. Jeez, why are we whiffing here? That last card though could be a natural order, so but there's really nothing we can do about it. Um, Even if we go glimpse into Birchlore, I mean Birchlore mana, that just ends the chain. I'm just gonna pass the turn. Felt like you want to use Reclaimer for Cradle, get 3+ mana. We needed it untapped, Jacob. We needed it untapped. We hope their last card is. We need Fade, whatever that last card is here, right? Okay, they pass. That's a good sign. I mean, use Reclaimer to cycle into crit, then cast Visionary. Uh, no, we can do this unless you're talking about earlier. We can get Cradle here, which is gonna be pretty debilitating for them, I think. How do we want to do this? It's untapped. I think we can only do it this way. Notably, we'll get the Bayou in case they, for some reason, boarded an Assassin's Trophy. Alright, that should be game now. Oops. I'm gonna lead with the Visionary here. Yeah, they're just making an abundance of mistakes. If we win this game, it's an asterisk, right? Um, so the only card here that I'm playing around now is Mindbreak Trap. It's like, but we already have to walk into it. I don't think we want to accidentally draw the hoof, so let's just do it. I don't think they have it. Yeah. Okay. They gifted us this second game, in my opinion. The first game, it's hard to say, right? Like we don't know what's in their hand. Also, taking the mind break trap, I think, is also ill advised on our opponent's hand. Uh, any experienced elf player can play around mind break trap for the most part. It is not very good in my opinion against elves. Yeah, Jacob, if it put it in untapped, Jesus Christ, I think elves would be like tier zero. Drawing the NO immediately. Couldn't we have killed them from our creature mana? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, we could have. Like, but I'm talking about like the turn where they didn't bounce their creatures for 2 turns. I think one of them was like debatable. Yeah, for sure, Jason. We had them dead regardless. But I'm not talking about that specific turn. They put it earlier. But yes, that was another backbreaking mistake. It didn't matter in this case because we had heritage mana. Um, but just yeah, that's really the mistake, right? Like there is argument to leaving the Birch Lord in on the board because you need the extra mana. But definitely not casting the glimpse on that turn is what cost them the game, in my opinion. Like because this is like very snowbally now, right? In terms of legacy, if you don't pressure, they will pressure back, and you just fall behind. It's not one of those things where you can just like wait a turn. And I guess that goes back to why I'm playing Shriek Maw. I don't want to time walk myself against blue red specifically because I needed to wait another turn for another creature, right? Which sometimes can be like 2 3 turns. Like the more I can pressure, like they say, right, a good defense is a good offense, or sorry, a good offense makes for a good defense, and by being able to fire off the glimpses early against blue red, because of Shriek Maw, strategically, right, that is why I think the matchup is now suddenly. I would personally say it went from pretty even now to maybe we're slightly favored now. Obviously, Streak Mall hurts in some other matchups. DNT is probably one of them, but I think there is some slack there. Also, with the Force of Vigors, you do have some extra like relevant cards against DNT. 758 Manchunia. Don't know what that means, but this hand is like looks good initially because you have like lands and spells, but 2 glimpses, no mana. I think we want to mull it back. This is a keep, and I think we're gonna hedge a little bit and put the glimpse back. Thank you for the raid, Solitaire the Gathering. I wonder if that meant you were playing a combo deck. Here we just take the mana source. Um, appreciate the raid. Uh, the reason why I put the glimpse back there too is because if we draw another glimpse, it's just awful. Um, and like if they remove our turn 1 play, I don't want to be like priced into like it's real bad, right? If they do that. Thank you for the follow. Half-inch hammer. Looks like they're on Dover. What's up, Mike? How's it going? All right, looks like it's a prismatic ending. I can tell because it says paying for the cost, right? Source of Plowshares would just resolve quickly. Hopefully you enjoyed the quick shout out I gave you in the metagame update, Mike. For those who don't know, gave a quick shout out to Mike in the ant section of the recent metagame update. I think here also if they had a plow, they probably would have bobbled itself with a shuffle. Let me think about what you mean by that. If they had a plow, they would have bobbled itself with a shuffle. Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that. That's probably accurate. I think here, we're just gonna leave with a Birch Lore and then like see what they do because this represents a ramp spell anyways, and then we'll do it that way. This probably makes better efficient use of mana, anyways. We're probably gonna try to Green Sun for a Gris is the tentative line, and then set up for a natural order potentially. They're playing Bobble in this kind of deck. I wonder what is going on. I can't. The problem is when they're playing Bobble, it suggests DRC too. Yeah, for sure. I definitely can appreciate that, Mike. Just Guy Kin. That makes sense, actually, Jacob. That actually is a great insight. I'm gonna mod Jacob too. I don't know why he doesn't have mod yet. I'm unsure about that Kitten deck. It seems no, I agree. This is probably Signal's Kitten, but I'm not sure that deck is good personally because there are a lot of moving parts. Granted, the parts are like decent quality, unlike Days Undoing. Um, what do we want to do here? I probably should not play the Cradle. I think we do that first and see what they do. Like you get value off Snapcaster, so that's the like the reason to play it. Whereas Days Undoing is kind of a shaky card by itself. The combo is with Teferi, a zero drop, and the Kitten. So you draw infinite cards, and then one of the cards you draw into will be like a Mox Amber or Crow Mox, and that will continue to like net mana, and then you eventually win with I don't even know what the win condition is. Okay, there you go. There's the Oracle. Yeah, I'm all about just valuing. Like that's why we even play like this version of Elves, right? We don't need to win necessarily on the same turn, though we can. Yeah, it's hard to lose when you have all the cards in the deck, right? Especially with Force of Will backup. Now there are exceptions to that rule, obviously, with like Outsourced Shepherd and or just like the Cavern of Souls on like Thassa's Oracle or something like that. But for the most part, you should be safe. Swords, okay. This is like quite awkward here. I think we want to put them honestly on a one turn clock. If they want to force, especially if we think they're on Kitten. This is awkward. If they have swords, we probably get blown out here. Um, actually, let's just bash first and see what they do. You have a few more turns if they're kin. I guess one more turn. Yeah, I'm just gonna dare them to kill us. I don't think they can. This is one of the situations where I wish I had the progenitors, right? Like, would have helped. Although, if they're kitten, maybe we'd just die anyways. I do think that combo, like, in general, I don't like three card combos. That's why I don't play Neto Sentinel, for instance. Like, we're just not going to respect that they have it. And if they have removal, we would have been blown out anyways. Like, and they have prismatic ending, they should take the Gris, and there's two in the yard already. And we're gonna start bashing for a lot. Shadow is everywhere right now. It's crazy how one. That's funny. Yeah, I mentioned now we're gonna test Veil of Summer, right? Because notably our Shriek Moths cannot hit the shadows. Not that Shadow is like particularly great, but can be against us. Wirewood Symbiote is very good against them, but of course they have a lot of removal, so it would need to live, right? Our opponent probably is trying to think if they can combo or not, or maybe they're thinking if they need to deal with a Gris or not. That's the only thing I can think of. This is one game where we're punished for not having the progenitors, but so only partially, right? Because progenitors needs still two more attack phases. Oh, okay. Yeah, better lucky than good. Oh my God, why? Oh my God, why? We had to plus there too because it's not lethal otherwise. All right. We'll bash with awe and see what they do. Sure. Actually, I should have probably pumped beforehand. Not that I don't think it really matters, but actually, me, I think I might have. The life, I don't think matters. I probably should have just not done anything with the cradle. Is pumping better than NOing? We couldn't NO anyways. We, well, yeah, okay. They, we could NO for collective so we don't die, but now well, they can't even kill us, right? They need to ferry out on the same board. Now, one thing we can do though is we can Green Sun for endurance, endurance ourself, and then natural order. Yeah, it definitely smells like they're on kin, but good luck getting like all those creatures out. You need to get to 7 mana or do it the same turn, right? Like you obviously can play the kin, but the Gris is on the board, so it's just like a million mana now for them. I just don't respect the combo. Hmm. What do I want to do here? If I natural or they can play kitten with an instant up and blink itself. Yeah, that's true. All right, I have a game plan. I have a game plan. Let's see. One, two, three, four. If we all. They can't kill us here again. So I think I'm gonna take the visionary and see what we draw. Actually, I messed up. I should have just gotten another shepherd because that's lethal. Oh, okay. So they can hit the grist too, I guess. I don't want to cut myself off shepherd activation here. We have lethal if we do it right, and they don't have any response. Might be a snapcaster chump block. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's kitten. That's why their hand is like so strange. All right. I think we want C's to break up their combo. What else do we want? I think the Progenitus. Do I even want it here? Like, maybe not because I think we want to just kill them the same turn. Obviously, the Progenitus can. It's a little bit slow, notably, if they're on like a pseudo combo deck. There is. There's like two. There's the Vuk, Ozymandias list that plays Mentor and no combo kill. I think the Collector Oof is going to be like randomly relevant. I don't think the Endurance is though. I don't actually think the Bog is like relevant. I don't think we're trying to like grind them out, so to speak. I don't like Heritage that much. I don't know if these lists play sweepers. I feel like they probably don't. I really don't like this card. They have a million STPs, so yeah, that's why I bought out the Druids. I don't think Druids are like particularly good when they have like so many STPs. Um, Veil of Summer probably not relevant. I don't. I really don't like cards that could be dead. So I think I'll go with this. The Kitten can do things. Maybe we bring in the Strigma. I feel like that's loose though. All right. Keep. You don't play Thoughtseize that cannot cast a turn one, like I always say. Brainstorm maybe. Teferi and swords. I don't think we actually care about Teferi. And we're gonna take the sword so they can't interact with us. Yeah, I like that a lot. They just did nothing for 2 turns. Um. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Ming Empire / Achilles. Oh, these drew the swords. You gotta be kidding me, man. Okay, so they're gonna Teferi bounce us here now. That's like super annoying. Oh, I don't know about that play. I think if I'm them, I Teferi bounce and you untap with plus up. I don't know about these plays from our opponent. No problem, Ming Empire. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do not know about these plays from our opponent. Like, you get huge tempo there, right? And you don't waste mana. You just go Teferi plus minus, bounce the Wirewood. You untap with a clean Teferi plus up, and then go from there, right? Is Bog not relevant enough with Snapcast and Sanctuary? Uh, it depends, actually, Faulted Form, on the matchup. In matchups where speed matters, I do not like holding Reclaimer up. Just for the heck of bogging. So the answer is actually a little bit more nuanced. I think they use the ending, so I'll do that. Hey, Yogg, how's it going? Sure. Also, if you're a Teferi user, make sure you do not target the elf, because if I bounce with Arwood, you don't get the draw. EE on 1, sure. The question here is, do we bounce? And I feel like the answer is no. Okay, based on that singular card, I think it's Kitten 100%. Yeah, the EE for sure. So I'm not gonna bounce here. Um, did not draw what we needed. Do we fetch here first to thin or no? I feel like we save the fetch. Well, no, we're gonna. Actually, I did that awkwardly. In case we draw a discard, I think we want to do that. That is like relevant, I guess. Notably, I'm gonna be okay with them eating the birch lore here because I get the extra mana. Or 2 mana, I guess. What do you want to call it? They can have the birch lore. We're pretty ahead though. If they want to pop, actually, we'd probably bounce the birch lore. I want the board, so it's lethal. It might just be lethal anyways because of the fetch land there representing the other arbor. Did we use it? No, we didn't use it yet. So we got options. Also, the Once Upon a Time is kind of nearing Dig Through Time territory. So I actually don't think I bounce. I want the board state. Or if they pop it, I'm gonna bounce the Bursler, is what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure they're dead. This is why I don't like three card combos, right? Like you can break it up so easily. The exception to the rule, obviously, is if all three cards are good, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, I'm gonna activate here and not bounce. They want to pop it, they can. Let's see. I'm gonna test for. I'm gonna try to draw into discard here. We did not draw into discard. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Oh, okay. That's kind of annoying. We could. No, we don't have the mana to do it. We could get cheeky and get the collector ooh, but that is really dangerous territory. Um, yeah, I feel like that's like living life on the edge. I don't think I want to do that. Well, they would have to waste a removal spell if we get the collector oof. And they have one, two, three already. They could just sanctuary for one. Yeah, I think we Gris and plus. We're not gonna play scared. I don't respect the deck enough to. I think here the Visionary is probably worth more than Reclaimer at this juncture. We haven't played a land drop yet. I think we play the Arbor and then pass. Well, they could pop. I mean, I'll attack first and see what they do. Maybe it was worth once in response to the NO after they dressed down. Let me see. To do what, Jason? I'm curious. The thing is, we couldn't kill the dress down and kill them at the same turn. We didn't have the mana. Okay, so they killed that, so that changes my line. So we would have been blown out, right? Like they swords the collective, and then we're just like, twiddling our thumbs, so to speak. Hoof is always lethal, but we didn't have the mana to. Well, I guess we did, right? Like we had the Once Upon a Time, and we could have found the Boseiju. I don't remember what we saw, but it could have been worth it. Yeah. I also don't like to. What's the word I'm looking for? I also don't like to try to hoof when they have mana representing removal up. That's the other thing. But there is some merit to the line you're talking about. All right, they're gonna probably get the prismatic and take the grist off the board. That's fair. That's fair, Jason. Oh I like spaced out right now. I was supposed to once upon a time response. God damn. I like spaced out. I need to get better at multitasking here. Okay, that changes things. Plus, I think we play this and once. Actually, hold on. What do we do here? I think we play the Visionary. I suspect the game's just over, but we'll see. If it's a Shepherd, then it's really over. And it is. It's a protected kill. Alright, next game. Easy money. No, Jason brought up a good point, actually. It's kind of like I should have sequenced the ponder before I'd make other moves, right? Like, we have full information before making the natural order. So with the yeah. Jason's absolutely correct on that. I should have wanted Ponta in response to the dress down that's on the staff that is pending the natural order too, right? That would have been a little bit cleaner. And it matters obviously if I see one or the other, right? If I see the collective or I see the if I see the collective or I see the grist, then I can know to take the other. So that's a small misplay on my behalf. playing against Latka. Yes. Ugh. Um, this is a mole. This is a mole to five already. This is only a little bit better. I feel like we can't afford to go to five, so I'm gonna keep and hope to draw well here, right? Definitely a dicey keep. Um, but I didn't think our seven was good. Or our seven felt like a mode of five already, so because of the bog and the because of the bog and the hoof. I like to say that the bog is a spell. Okay, it didn't matter. We're playing against a nonsense deck. Or when I say nonsense, I mean I expected them to just kill us there, but for some reason they did not. I think they're on oops obviously. I think we have to just like pray, right? Like if we draw one drop here, yeah, we draw a one drop here, then we have three draws, and we're gonna dig for the endurance. Okay. The shepherd notably good here, in case we draw the endurance, because of pack of negation. All right, now we just have to hope. We're most likely dead. Yeah, that's a bad sign. Jesus. Oh, always ruining my day. Where's the oracle? Maybe in their hand. We did have one out, but we didn't draw it. Did they have the pack? So here. Let's see, they screw. I don't think they're gonna screw it up, but you never know. They're targeting themselves. Yeah, I know. I was looking for it. All right, we're dead. They're probably therapists. Who the heck knows? Concede. Okay, this is like super dangerous too, right? Like they had another cabal therapy. I don't know why they don't. All right. Well, at least we have the trap. We have the force of vigor, which is good. Uh, this matchup is one of the hardest for us, I think. It's like I think the elf matchups right now, the hardest matchups are Rite of Flame decks and this specific matchup because of Leyline of Sanctity. Sometimes they will mulligan aggressively for Leyline of Sanctity and just like screw themselves over with that, but oops, we need this. I'm trying to think if we want Veil. I would say probably not. It's like good against discard. I feel like we don't want to play that kind of game though. Especially if they're on the Leyline of Sanctity plan. Well, to be fair, Jacob, they can still kill with I forget what that creature was. It's like some black creature that they can dread return and deal damage. Granted that creature is like weak to the Veil of Summer though, but yeah, this is good. They have a good chance of having Leyline of Sanctity, but we have the answer notably. So if they do lead with Leyline and Sanctity, I think I go turn one Heritage Druid, and then turn two Boseiju them, and then yeah, okay. Turn two Boseiju, and then I think here we want to thin. There is like two lines here. I think the winning line is we hit the Leyline Sanctity into discard. I do not think just Stone Raining their green source here is like a winning line based on the hand that we have. And now we can seize, right? Ew. That is not what I want to see. Jesus. So they have initial black source. They can like steal Cabal Ritual, gets a 3, gets a 4. Uh, yeah, it doesn't matter here. I think I think we take the spy, but it's pretty bad for us. We might just be dead. That actually helps. But let me think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're one short. We could shut off. Okay, I don't know what oops. I mean, I need to look at what oops lists look like. I guess they have Lotus Petal. That would be like one thing we can do. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're in the same position here. 4, 5, 6, and then 7. All right, we gotta fade one turn now. Okay, thank you. You're talking about off the natural order, right? Ming Empire. No, I think we need to not. We need to buy some time. Like I don't. Technically, I wanted to. Don't, I didn't want to lose to a top deck Lotus Petal or potentially Chrome Mox. I don't know if they have that or not. Oh, thank you, Ming Empire. Yeah, the sequencing article for those who don't know. I'll post my socials here. I just posted on my Patreon probably the most relevant elf article I've ever written, or just magic article in general. If you want to play elves or learn how to beat it, I would say there's probably no better article than that at the moment in terms of like how to play the deck because especially this version of the deck where I find like 95% of players just lose the game by turn two because they sequence incorrectly. Um, I think if you, I think this deck really requires like succinct sequencing in the early turns, especially because of the exponential growth of the deck. Um, and I would highly recommend the read. At some point, maybe I'll make it public, like after a long time. But I do want to give my patrons the priority, obviously. But yeah, probably the most relevant article I've ever written. And there are a few people who have, you know, a subscription. You can ask them how they feel, or like one. I know Romario has read it and said that he wished he had something like that when he picked up the deck. And Ming Empire obviously here has read it, so I do think it is worth the read. Game three here is gonna be tough. Like we're on the mole to endurance or mind trap hand, but maybe they mold to a leyline sanctity. I don't know, but we'll see. Here's the endurance. We'll keep. We're probably dead. Yep. Fun. Mm, yeah, we can't. We can kill their bridges. Let me see what they have. Where's the dread return? The dread return is there. We can kill their bridges, but that doesn't do anything. We'll just pass. Maybe they'll screw up. Targeting me. Let me think. Is there a scenario they can screw this up here? Um, Let me think. They presumably name something like surgical extraction. And then they can name the then they can immediately dread return for Oracle, and then we lose. Yeah, we're dead. I don't want to reveal what we kept for future purposes. Uh, I mean, I think we have to keep something like this, right? If they have the combo with leyline protection, what can we do, right? More realistically speaking, like I think we have to keep either endurance line or a mind trap slash force of vigor line based on the way they're mulligan, but I don't think we beat that regardless. Um, Notably, how do we board? We boarded out. We boarded one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine cards. Four glimpses, and then the visionary. So it wouldn't have mattered, even if we had board. It had if the fail of Summers had been the memory traps. Like you just hope to dodge that kind of deck. We got game two, but then the game three is what's hard. Like if they have it all, they have it all. Like what can you do? Like, it's not. It's not like we prepared to beat that matchup. Although lately I've been more lately I have been more interested in potentially addressing it those decks plus the Rider Flame decks because I feel based on the results as of late, the other decks in the format we line up pretty well against. I think of the fair decks like the Delver matchup has gotten better. Actually, I'll bring it up. I This is like in this will be released like down the road in August, but I have like a rough draft of what my monthly game metagame update looks like. And here's the new template for those of you who are curious in subscriptions. Um, like, obviously, this is like, I do it ahead of time to save time, but I now have like whether the trend is favoring up or down, and then I have the matchup verdict where I think it's favorable or not. So for instance, thank you for the follow, Coconut Goat. And also, if you follow me, sorry, not follow. If you have a Twitch subscription, message me if you want access to these monthly metagame updates. I just provide them if you subscribe. Just contact me via Discord or whatnot. But I essentially say whether the matchup is going to trend up or down, and then whether it's favorable or not. So it's still waiting. So for instance, I think like the mirror against the Nettle version is probably slightly unfavorable, but there's no trend whether it's getting better or not. Whereas like against Delver, I think it's pretty even right now, but I think it's trending up because of the Shriek Malls. Would you prefer a shrub or $5 Patreon? I would prefer Patreon because I only get half of a sub. So of the $5, I only get $2.50. Patreon, I get majority of it, like $4 or whatever it is. So in case it matters. Also, Patreon, you get access to my cyber guards and all of that as well. So if it's the same to you, Patreon's probably better for both. Keep. But yeah, for me personally, Patreon is better because I get a larger percentage. Sub, I only get $2.50, and also it is until I accrue the $100 threshold, which takes a while for like a new streamer like myself, or at least growing streamer, I should say. But I appreciate that question, Fornia. Here, notably, we have the cradle already. We have two. I think we want to keep this as a fetch, so I'm gonna once first and see what we get. It's the... Thank you, I appreciate that. Obviously the visionary here. I think given our hand, we're gonna leave with the shepherd. Turn one ponder off of a non-snow island indicates to me combo. We can't kill until turn 3 anyways. So that's why I'm leading with the way I am here. And based on their choice of island, giving me free information, I definitely suspect they're on combo. Ooh, I don't think we're allowed to attack here in case they have something like Ice Fang. Looks like show and tell or sneak and show. Don't kill us, please. Okay, we're dead. Oh shit. Nothing we can do about that. Well, I think we're on the draw to this game. Yeah, we were. I mean, it happens. We're not built to beat these kind of combo decks or fast combo game one. Depending on the combo deck of choice, we can beat it game two. I think here we have no choice but to ramp because we're so far behind. I didn't want to show them Bayou because I don't want them to know with 100% certainty that we have Discord. Like for post-board games in case it matters. Now, okay, so they did that to buy time, I guess. We want to be, I think, as mana efficient as possible. So I think we do it this way. I think we reveal the Bayou now. Like this could draw into a glimpse. This is why I'm sequencing with this. If they want to daze that, like so be it. Like we have to take some chances to try to get back. Obviously, them using a daze is also all right. Let's see. We're gonna do the same thing. Force. Okay. We can. I have one from these board states. It's just. Oh my god, that's probably death though. It's just very difficult. Okay, now we're dead. I don't think it would matter. Okay. Excuse me. I think here the trap like could be relevant. Probably not if they're sloppy. The thought seizes. I think we want the force. We want the Caracas, and then the Veil Summers do have text. I think in these kind of matchups, I want to board out the random bullets that are not relevant. Uh, I also board out the Glimpse of Natures now because I just don't think we have time. I don't think we need this at the moment. But let me just double check. Yeah, I do board out the Glimpse of Natures because I just don't think they're relevant. Sometimes they show in an Emrakul and we can show in a Gris. That's like pretty cool. Or show in a Griselbrand and then we join a Gris, right? I have been asked like Shriekmaw versus Emrakul. I do not think a good show and tell player is gonna just put in show and tell Emrakul against us against a Caracas deck. That just does not seem like something that will happen. And by that same logic, is why I'm not putting the Shriekmaw in. That is not tutorable either. Uh, of the combo decks, if they don't show one in, doesn't that mean we cut Chris? The thing is, they could show in Griselbrand is the difference, right? That's part of the reason why we keep in Gris. Also, Gris can be found via Green Sun is the big deal too. I've had that happen a good amount. But good question though, Jason. I like your thinking there. But I think the fact that we can find Gris off Green Sun is a big deal. Whereas once upon a time, finding the Shriekmaw is like, one, you don't know full in advance that you have to do it, and two, it's too late. Right, right. It's been pretty relevant in my experience. I think here we want to fetch to grow the Reclaimer. I have noticed some of these show and tell players have been siding into Magus is another thing now, right? Like, um, but we can't really play. I'm not gonna not cast Thoughtseize on turn one. Show and tell in Emrakul here. So I think we definitely take the show and tell. Well, yeah, I think we take the show and tell here. Um, their hand is quite bad. Obviously, we get punished here if they have like I don't know, a sneak attack hand, right? That scares me. Ooh, that's good. Notably here, it shuffles their hand too, right? I don't know what the percentages are at the moment. Thank you for the follow, R Marvin one. They choose to shuffle. Okay, so the discard spells here doing like work, right? Mm, I think here we probably lead with. Actually, I'm gonna sequence this properly. I'm gonna fetch first, and then I'm gonna lead with Reclaimer and see what they do. We're gonna get the Caracas here. Notably, we can't even really play around the. Hey, how's it going? Notably, we can't even play around the sneak attack here, right? Because they have like the mana to do it all at the same turn now. So I think the line here is just get Cradle. Obviously, if they, this is tough. I think we want the Cradle. We're gonna play to win. Mm, play that. Yeah, I think I do it this way. See what we get. So we had 2 mana, 3 mana. We were just short mana. If they had 1 red after Caracas is enough. The Grist notably does not do anything here. Um, Actually, awkwardly enough. I think we take the Cradle so it's lethal next turn. Oops, what's going on? Yeah, Cradle hoofs them. Yeah, for sure. I think it just froze. Jesus. They need to fix this bug. Like it's quite the nuisance. Yeah, the bug is like whenever you're like looking at like once upon a time or like a multiple cards at once, it like glitches out and then like you have to restart the program. It's like quite annoying. Oops, in game. Come on, what's going on? Yeah, the resizing of the windows. Oh my god, don't Jesus. This is just a nightmare. We gotta fade 1 turn. We know they don't have it yet, but they still can. We know that they have a Spirit Guide, right? In hand. So they can still technically kill us here. They may be digging. Oh, this is annoying. We don't even know their hand now because the thing restarted. So it was Simeon, Spirit Guide, Delta, Tomb, Ponder. Okay. Nothing relevant, I guess. We're gonna go for the kill here. Notably, we're gonna try to fake out our opponent and Green Sun for 2 and innocuously get. They're gonna think we're gonna get Visionary, but we're actually gonna get Allosaur Shepherd and Pump and kill. Might be a show and tell here. Okay. No. Alright, I guess we lost. That is, sucks. Yeah, that brainstorm did a lot of work there. I like punted. I I like was tunnel visioning into the next line. I should have actually got the Caracas. No, Shepard. Oh my god, I screwed up. I screwed up. I needed to get the Caracas as a failback, and I threw this game. I should have the Caracas to bounce right now, but God, I like tunnel vision into it. Like there's no reason for me to attack there. Huh. I might have just double punted again, and because I didn't. Well, we'll see. What is going on? Are they gonna actually lose with a Gristlebrand on board? What is going on? Well, I guess maybe one punt deserves another. There's no way that can be right. Okay. I think we just won the game because if they put in another I'll do it this way. If they put in another Gristlebrand, we'll just like bounce it up with damage on the stack. I think they just lost. Well, there is one exception. There is one exception. I don't want to jinx myself. I think they just threw this game. I can't imagine you're supposed to lose when you have Bristlebrand out. Do we even care? We definitely play the land first. Um, don't think. I think we just leave all the mana up. Let's see what they do. They need a third creature. Is the point here? Like Emrakul doesn't matter, and we're definitely bouncing the Karakas. I mean the Griselbrand. I think they punted, but that's why there's the pause. Yeah, I think so too. I think they punted. That's why they're pausing right now. Sure. Doesn't matter still. It has to be a third creature. I just they drew cards. Yeah, I mean they don't need to. Yeah. You'd be surprised how many Griselbrand players have lost when I just feel like there was no winning line for me. Okay. I think we run it back. Right. Mike is exactly right. Like the only way we win there is we have to shepherd into something, and then they suddenly like punted for no reason and gave us lethal on board. We threw, to be fair, we threw as well, but ours was like less innocuous or less obvious. That ain't cutting it. Mulligan. This is pretty good. Keep. No, Alice, Legacy Council. They literally gave us lethal, like from that board state. I don't think you understand what's going on. Like we didn't have lethal, and suddenly we did because they drew. I think here we take the cradle. Oh my god, what is going on? Oh, I hate this. Oh my god. This is the third time this game. We also threw for whatever it's worth, two different times, but I felt like ours was a lot less obvious. Namely, just forgetting to get the Caracas, and then number two, we probably should have played the Heritage Druid. If they want to force it, they can. How they win if they don't? Again, they will. They're guaranteed to lose, right? Like they can wait before doing that, right? And then sneak attack. Yeah, you. That's one of the problems with this specific. That's one of the problems with this particular matchup, in that Caracas can't beat sneak attack with Griselbrand, right? Like Karaki's competes only show and tell, but they gave us the window. Oops, this is a disaster. Thank you, finally. Alright, they have Omniscience and Gristlebrand here, and no green. I mean, no blue. Jesus Christ. I think here we just take the Gristlebrand. Like, I cannot believe. If we attack, they can't even draw 7. That's fair, Alice. That's a good point about they can't draw 7. Actually, well, yeah. I think the sneak attack, not with Gristlebrand at least. Well, they had the Emrakul though, right? But I guess they drew that later. And maybe they were just dead anyways. Like, either, any way you slice it, maybe they were just dead. This is gonna be interesting here because we will have a chance to hit their Omniscience. Drawing is greed. Yeah, I think they were dead regardless. That's probably true. I mean, to be fair. I'm gonna force this for some reason. So what did they do? They cast turn 1 ponder shuffle, and then they pondered again, and then pondered twice. Is that right? Yeah. I think here we just leave that up. Well, let me see. Is there a? I think we actually just do it now. They want a daze, I guess they can. Sometimes they play Paragon, but the Reclaimer version is quite resilient to it. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Dukes. That's pretty sick line. That's gonna come up potentially if they show if they show in the Omniscience. Just cantrip. That's all. That's what I want to see. Cantrip into cantrip. 2 cards on the top of the library. I think the line here is we can grist through days. Maybe that's like the best. This way we still have Baseju up. We need a clock. Plus. Not to mention this is like some insurance against sure. I'm debating whether to do it here. I feel like it's probably correct to do it here. There is. Waterwood is an insect. That is a good question. I would say one of the best. I don't know if it is the best. It definitely solves some issues for sure. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Cannot beat that. Jesus. That is quite the draw. I thought we had it, but then I guess their hand trips were good. It is what it is. I would say Boseiju helps solve a lot of problems for elves. I don't know if it's the best Boseiju deck, if that makes sense. We play 2 to 3, but alright, so we just lost to these two decks, unfortunately. We can play another one. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we are back. I think Lance is a great option right now. I think Lance is probably fine. I don't see what's the issue with Lance. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I think combo is suppressed on 2 different axes. The chalice decks tend to be pretty decent right now, and combo outside of I would say elves and ant are kind of weak to Delver. And ant has a chalice problem at the moment, which it historically is the reason why it has kept that deck down. Sorry, Mike. I would say the big benefits of Ant would be that it tends to be good against Delver. Mike and I discussed this actually before on stream, and I talked with Adam. I was like leaning towards putting the matchup as even between Elves and Ant. But talking more with Adam, he said, "Well, that's because you as Newton, and Adam have experience playing against Ant players. So if you assume the Ant player knows how to play against Elves, like somebody like Mike or Cyrus, thank you for the follow, Joey B Boy. I would be okay with putting that in the slightly unfavorable for Elves category. I think it's like somewhere between, right? It's not quite like it's not that bad. I think I like my record tends to be pretty good against Ant, but then obviously if I extrapolate for somebody like a Mike or a Cyrus who understands some of the choke points, understands some of the choke points of Elves, which I think the majority of Storm players do not actually know where the choke points of Elves are. I think this is a mulligan. This is like slow. Then I can see it being slightly unfavorable. This is a keep, and then we'll put the redundant card back. But yeah, I think it's somewhere between slightly unfavorable and even. And even though my win rate against Ant is actually positive, I think I do want to make sure I'm accounting for other things, right? Speaking of challenge decks. There's two reasons to fetch here, three really. Actually, we're gonna want to dig for the other basic here in case they are on Moon Stompy. There is almost no universe where I never take Cradle. So let's do that. And then the reason why this is on the sequencing primer, by the way. The reason why I once there instead of deck thin is because I want to find the second forest, right? Like if they're playing red, there could be on Moon. If they're playing black, they could be on opposition agent. Yeah, and especially also, Mike. I also think there's like various elf players. Like, okay, they're on the looks like punishing fire version. Yeah, so if you're an amp player by now, unless you are 100% sure, that it does not make any sense to walk into an endurance. Like you gotta expect like 4x, right? Like especially out of the reclaimer builds. The other build, the Netto build, I think at the moment they are on. This is like super awkward now. No, I kind of regret not taking the visionary. You can't foresee loam, damn it. What do you mean by that? So yeah, this is awkward, right? Like we thought we had a good hand, and I did not expect punishing fire to be honest. Um, but now our hand is like obviously I'm not playing around this because this is not the primary build, but we're getting like pretty punished now for not taking the visionary. Chandra. Speaking of Chandra, I actually saw the new Chandra. It looks pretty good to me, and potentially an upgrade to 4 drop Chandra, right? I think it depends. I think these kind of big red decks tend to be favored against elves still, like slightly, because like they often have these a million sweepers, right? Like they have like four fury, four like fiery confluence. You can play through it, but it's like you can't beat their nut hands. Like if they go like turn one, Rabble Master turn two, like Trinisphere or something like that, you probably just lose on the spot. Or turn one Trinisphere, turn two, like Rabble Master backed up by Fear. I don't think there's like any possible hand that beats that. Anyone have a link to the new Chandra? Yeah, I can link it. One sec. I know somebody I follow, Josh, tweeted it out earlier. All right, this is my one of the elf players that I will consult with. Josh, he has the new cards. I think we're already dead here, but sure. It's Chandra Tribal, right? I think we're already dead. We're like so far behind. What? No, I think it was a Chandra, but I could be wrong. I don't know my 80-20. My record's like pretty good against mono red, but maybe I'm just outplaying my mono red opponent. I have like 2 million. Uh, well, that helps, but probably too late. All right, we'll do it like this. The shepherd, and then I think here we want to just like flood out our hand. Okay, they play the hops version. So okay, they can kill our Waterwood, and then like the Chandra like matters, I guess. We're like playing around nothing at this point. We'll see what they do. Sure. Oh man, why? Well, we tried. We tried. We tried. I wish our league today wasn't so strange. Wasn't so strange. The, we started out 2-0, and then we paired into oops, and then we paired into well, show and tell is fine. I think that there's nothing like strange about that. And then we paired into like this. I think we'll concede. The game's over. I don't think there's an out. But I could be wrong. The more turn one-y, I guess a deck is, the harder it is for us. Legacy Council is mod? I guess they are, yeah. Guess got grandfathered in. Yep, it's over. Alright, let's see if we can. I don't remember if this version plays Trinisphere or not. I feel like they probably do. I tend to board out glimpses against these kind of decks, but this might be a little bit different because they're on Jaka Hops. I think we're gonna go 2-0 into 2-3 here, but I also think two of the three decks that we just played against, you probably don't expect usually in a legacy event. Namely, well, you could play against into Oops. They have like a pretty dedicated following. Nathan, Faulted Form. I don't know who else. Those are like the two guys. I know Jurg. It broke my heart when I found out Jurg was playing Oops. Yeah, so the only Oops players I know off the top of my head, obviously the better ones because they're dedicated to the deck. But Nathan, Lippitz, Faulted Form. I don't know Faulted Form like first name, and Jurg, who I think like went 7-2 one time pretty recently with it. Uh, but in most situations, no, you don't run into it that often. Why, why? I think we take the Shepherd here. Well, oof. Yeah, I think we take the Shepherd here in case they have the Chalice. Take Prog so you don't top deck it. Huh? Fair assessment. Yeah, you and I both, Mike. We both play decks that don't really beat that kind of deck, but we just hope to dodge, right? Ant also doesn't beat the Ant from a legacy perspective. Tends to have like the same strengths and weaknesses as Elves, namely that they tend to be good winners bracket decks, and you really want to avoid some of these. You really want to avoid some of these turn one decks. So that's the other thing. DNS solver. It's tough to have a lot of influence when I've pretty much given everybody mod access, right? Alright, hitting the Shepherd. That's fine, I guess. Once upon a timeout. Alright, that is a good thing. I think here we're just gonna play around there, like blood sun nonsense. Thank you for the subscription, Master TG55. Appreciate it. And then if you want the metagame update, just message me via Discord or on Twitter or whatnot. Yeah, I was just gonna just mod everybody. Like this all started because when I first started streaming, it was like Oprah, right? Everybody who follows me for a few times, I just automatically gave mod access. Now, obviously, it's more difficult, right? Because for good reasons, I guess. I do have more viewers now than when I first started, so I don't think I can just give everybody mod now. But it's more if you have mod access, you've just been grandfathered in, right? As you can see, there's more swords here than non-swords. No pro, I love it. Our opponent is probably contemplating whether they need to do something about this board state here. Notably speaking, there is a lethal natural order coming. Ain't gonna cut it. It might tick down or tick up. Oh, I ain't cutting it. They're dead. That ain't cutting it. Oh, okay. Easy mode. I'm not gonna play around that mind break trap. I mentioned this a few times. I mentioned this a few times, but I will walk into the mind break trap because I feel like I want the players who play it to continue to play it. Because I don't think it's very good against elves, but it tends to be good against these Rider Flame decks. And if that means I have to like feign being weak to Mind Break Trap every once in a while, then so be it. That is very toxic. Yeah. So like, for instance, against DNT, right? They'll board it in against me. I'll like run out something irrelevant. They'll trap it. With me knowing full hand, it's like irrelevant, right? So the thing is, like ants and elves, I talk to this to Cyrus all the time, right? And I mentioned this to Mike, but I feel like we're kind of cousins, right? Like ant is the spell-based version of elves, or elves is the creature-based version of ants, and elves by default being a little bit slower, obviously, because creatures are summoning sick. Uh, but the decks tend to be, like I said, weak to the turn one combo decks, and tends to be strong against a lot of these winners bracket, if you will, decks. And one another similarity that they share, I'll keep this, is both decks tend to be somewhat immune to Mind Break Trap. Obviously, sometimes you walk into it, you live with it, but for the most part, you should not be able to get. Obviously, some people can just top deck it to it. There's that, but for the most part, Mind Break Trap can be played around by both elves and ants. Oh my god, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god. Don't do it. Well, that is probably game over with our current hand. Obviously, things can change if we top deck an Ash Warriors. Yeah. Whoa! Thank you for the. Oh my god, Mike's the real MVP. Thank you for all of the donation subscriptions here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Mike's the real MVP. Oh, great, great. What is the word? Question, Yoko. Actually, if Mike is what's it called available, I would like to do a stream of Mike maybe sometime with Ant. Obviously, I don't have the cards, so I would need to rent it or borrow it. But I do own Ant on paper, so obviously I definitely hold that deck closer to my heart because I even built the deck for Cyrus when he visited us. So he actually Cyrus went undefeated at our LGS with uh, my aunt. Actually, came out of retirement not too long ago, earlier this year, I want to say. What is going on with our opponent here? For sure. Okay, yeah. I will ask you, Mike, when. Hey, Jarb Dog, how's it going? When we will do an ant stream together. We are notably getting turn one Trinisphere here, Jarb Dog. We started 2-0, and I think we're gonna go 2-0 into 2-3 here, losing to 1-2 to Oops on spells, 1-2 to Sneak, which I thought we probably could have won that game 3, but their brainstorm drew pretty much everything they needed. And here we are just like getting cheesed again out. Thank you for the subscription, Master TG55. Yeah, I'll play that Jarvis if you want. The problem is I don't have a rental service. Like I got declined by Card Hoarder, but maybe I can make that happen with Mana Traders. I got notably declined by Mana Traders. I mean, Card Hoarder. Yeah, it does. It's okay. Like I understand. It's a numbers game, and we're still building the stream. All right. Well, I wanted to, do a collaboration with Card Hoarder. I submitted myself, to for sponsorship, and they did not respond. Well, they did, but then they didn't. Right? Like they responded, and then I responded to their email with my numbers and stuff, and then crickets since. Chandra. All right, what do we want to do here? We could notably we can notably fetch an arbor and then green sun into like something relevant, but I don't like what's relevant here. Yeah, I guess we didn't do that. Let's do that. Actually, should have played around the chalice. Grist does not do anything here yet. We'll do that in case it matters. Actually, I'm playing really sloppily here. I should have just waited and then like take the Chandra off the board. They like to queue into me for whatever reason, Mike. The 8 cast player. I once beat the same 8 cast player. I think I told this story 3 times on the same stream. It was a few bads for them, obviously. That's brutal. Okay. Oh wow, that's incredible. Actually, we'll play this and pass. That's an incredible draw. Actually, Jarvis is supposed to have mod access. There you go. That's been fixed. I just realized every time I've tried to give you mod access before Jarvis, you had already left. So we're gonna. What is this here? Sure, whatever. You even get the punishing fire value. It's kind of insane. I'm gonna take the Chandra Torch of Defiance off the board first. Question here is, do we what is in this? Discard your hand, then exile the top 3. Yeah, I don't think I want them doing that. Do we fetch here? Probably. Yeah, do we boarding the grist? I think we did. I think we left it in, I should say. All right, we're gonna take the Chandra off the board, and then hopefully the Guris goes the distance. All right, I think we are potentially in a good spot here. We just have to fade some top decks now. Again, playing pretty sloppily, but again, when it comes to these kind of matches where I don't expect to see too often is probably the best word I can explain it. I tend to lose some focus, which is a weakness of mine. How is the opponent on 11 minutes? That is a good question. I don't know. Plus anything but the arbor. Anything but the arbor. Okay, that's the shepherd would have been nice, but I think that's fine. They tap wrong, they die. Actually, we can't even fetch here because of the blood sun for the arbor. Not that it matters. Well, it could matter. Our opponent, predictably, our opponent notably has to think about the looming endurance too, right? Like we could just kill them out of nowhere. Speaking of the endurance, I forget what Jaka Hops does. I don't think it affects what is it called? I don't think it affects enchantments. I'm just gonna hold the cradle. There's no reason for us to like. I want to float mana too if they try to blow everything up. Yeah, exactly. You read my mind. Legacy Council. I think we're gonna steal this game potentially. I, in a game that I felt was almost unwinnable at one point. They just like drew the wrong part of their deck. What are they doing here? 2 damage. Sure. They're dead. We got there, folks. Yeah, we got T1 3-balled on the draw, and we won through it because our opponent's deck is inconsistent. This is actually for Mike, right? Like, beating these dirty Chalice players for you. Without Allosaur Shepherd, too, there. Alright, oops. Why did that go away? There we go. Alright, we salvaged the 3-2 after our very promising start. I think what's it called? I think we can. Okay, let's look at the list we just played. We lost to Oops and then we lost to Show and Tell. I don't mind losing to Oops because we just didn't. Hey, Mark. I apologize. These clean chalice players, I guess. Um, but definitely didn't see the Veil of Summers be relevant there. Obviously, if you're a Ant player, you don't want to see these Veil of Summers in my sideboard that are trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Atone. I'm trying to atone for the fact that Shriek Maw cannot hit these black creatures, right? Like you get to these weird situations against Shadow Dot deck, and then uh, kind of a liability. I think I have a new boarding strategy I like to try, which is like you keep in the natural orders, you board out because endurance is kind of shaky too, right? In that matchup, where unlike against the blue red matchups, it is not bigger than everything that they have. It's not bigger than Shadow. It's not bigger than. It can keep a Murktide off the board, but it doesn't beat Shadow. Um, I guess maybe the logic is even against Shadow, maybe that's okay. I really am, Francisco. So I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but I think most people assume the reason why Shriek Maw is the play here is because of Once Upon a Time. That's relevant, but that's actually not the number one reason. And the number one reason is, and one second, we actually had Shriek Maw, top eight, actually finished second in the Legacy Challenge, right? Shout out to Testacular, my good friend Curran. So here it is. I will bring it up. All right, here is the Legacy Challenge. And here is Testacular's Elf deck. Or actually, Testacular played the same list I 5-0'd with last week. And there's two Shriek Maws. The reason why, I mean, I've been getting this question a lot, like in the last week or so. The reason why we play Shriek Maw is not so much, well, it helps that Once Upon a Time can find it. But it's because it helps with Glimpse of Nature sequencing. You can cast Glimpse of Nature first. And, well, what it does is it allows you to cast Glimpse of Nature earlier against Blue-Red. And namely, if we can afford to cast Glimpse of Nature before they cast Expressive Iteration, we probably will win. Because either the Glimpse of Nature resolves and we kill whatever's on the board, or B, it doesn't resolve and they just force the will and down a card, right? A lot of times even having to pitch the Expressive Iteration. Now, that is why we're playing Shriek Maw. Obviously, finding off Once Upon a Time to kill Murktide Regent is pretty big. Ultimate Price doesn't help with the, unfortunately, HC Fox, with the creature synergies in this deck. And a lot of times we have Gaia's Cradle, so Shriek Maw is really only 1 mana, right? With the Evoke trigger on the stack, you tap the Cradle to get the extra mana. So based on what we just played against right now, not in love with the Veil of Summers, to be fair. I can see maybe just playing one. The Force of Vigor would have definitely helped against, some of these big red or whatever type of strategies, but I'm not sure we're like super unfavored. Like we won through a turn 1 3 ball there. What do you think? Let's go back. Let's go to the drawing board, so to speak. And here is the binder of maybe cards that we'll play. Should we continue the exploration into the Veil of Summer? We didn't play notably against any of these black decks, so maybe it's not even needed. Veil of Summer notably good against these Grixis Hymn decks as well, so I kind of like the one of. We can even like screw around with people if we want to play one ley line, but I'm not sure I want to really do that. Let's just say we play 0 copies of Veil of Summer, right? Then it would look probably something like this. This would have notably helped against. This notably would have helped against the Oops player. Although with that hand, we probably would have kept and lost anyways. All right, let's run it with this list and see how we do. I'm gonna strike fear into Ant players and Him players everywhere, right? With the Veil of Summer. So it'll be funny here if we don't pair into the If we do actually pair into the Shadow Danny Brown. Uh, keep. I don't know what they are on, but we'll see, I guess. They normally have, I think this is the vintage emblem, yeah. I'm much happier having this Urza Saga emblem than having the Reanimate emblem, right? For the majority of history against elves with elves, Reanimator was like your worst matchup. All right. When in doubt, just ramp. Obviously, if they were Reanimator, we regretted not going Reclaimer there, but I suspect our opponent is on some fair deck. Hey, HC Fox. I mean, Star Fox. How's it going? There's two foxes in the house. C's. All right, sure. Given that there's no payoff now, you want to really cast the Green Sun for Visionary. Um, I have Portal by random on paper, but I think probably the Vision one is better. Okay. I suspect our opponent is on fair deck, but I don't know for sure. Each time I played against Danny Ground, they've never been on unfair deck. Famous last words. Oh, I'm assuming at or 10. Yeah, I think in the dark, like if I didn't see the username before, I probably would have guessed that, but um, obviously backfiring here. Now they don't know about the Beseiju. Like I know Danny Brown has played these Grixis control decks that I know Francisco has also 5-0'd with Consumes All, which is why I like thought they could be on, but I don't know. I don't know. Is Bloodstained Mire played in that list? Like I don't even know the list. Maybe that's a reason why I should hedge differently. Yeah, I see two. I'm looking at the list. They do play two Bloodstained Mires. So we took a calculated risk that backfired. For sure, Francisco. For sure. Notably here, we can if we we can reverse engineer their pile and potentially just hit their land, right? Yeah, I hadn't seen Danny Ground play any of these unfair decks before, so we took a calculated risk that's just backfired here. But I think that's okay. Card not. I actually think we're favorable against Doomsday. We'll lose typically game one, but I feel pretty good in general against in this matchup. This used to be actually we're going through a history lesson. Used to be probably our worst matchup, and then two things happened. One, the printing of well, three things actually really. One, the printing of endurance. Two, we learned actually how to play against them. Namely, we started boarding on Glints of Nature. And three, the discovery of Assassin Trophy just blew up their land, right? When they after they pile. So, Notably, they go to 8 here, and did we just draw the verdant later on? I forget. Actually, we did. Yeah, Archive Trap is good against like Vintage Doomsday and even this Doomsday, but the problem is like super narrow. I think if you're a non-Force of Will deck, you can't really afford to play these kind of narrow cards. The awkward thing here is, all right, let's see. We can read. There's no LED. Interestingly enough, they probably have a pedal maybe in their. They're okay. Interesting. So they have a basic potentially in their pile. So where's the underground sea? There's the third underground sea. Yeah, I don't think we want to remove it out of their hand, right? Like how many street reads are there? One, two, three, four. So how are they gonna do this? One, two, three. Oracles in their yard already? Interesting. Nice. Don't even need to do that. Looks like they put a force of will in their pot. No, no, they didn't. I didn't even count, but we just have lethal. Period. I missed the fourth force of will. I was looking for it. It looked like they put the. It looked like for a second, they had one force of will either in hand or, but I just misread. All right, so we stole that game. Mindbreak Trap here pretty good. Uh, when I played Lone, opponent was unpleased to see Force of Vigor. Yeah, Force of Vigor is a card that I've, like has really grown on me. We brought out the Glimpse of Natures, like I mentioned. They just don't do anything, in my opinion. Like, if you got to a board state where like Glimpse of Nature is relevant, you're probably already winning. So I have to back up what I said, right? I did say this matchup is favorable, slightly favorable, because of endurance post board. You typically will lose game one. Hey, PD Pablo, how's it going? If Francisco's still in the chat, I would love for him to do another Christmas Day stream with his brother. That was probably one of the big highlights I've seen during the pandemic, which is watching two brothers play, red green elves or just elves in general. I think we keep. This hand is like quite good. Wish we had a black source, but can't have it all. I don't know about forgotten is the right word. Okay, they probably just take the endurance here. In this situation, I think we probably leave with a reclaimer. Save the green sun in case it needs to be a Burstmore Ranger or Allosaur Shepherd. I should have looked at their pile more cleanly, but it's only a league. It's not a big deal. My hands are notably numb. That's not good. Interesting take on the Green Suns then. If there, I'd probably take the Endurance, but I don't know what's going on. I think there's no world. We don't lead with a Reclaimer here. Sure. For those who don't know, by the way, since Francisco's been here, he and I are like the biggest Reclaimer fans, right? Like, I'm probably the president of the Reclaimer fan club in Legacy, and he's probably the president of the Reclaimer fan club in Modern. All right, so they're playing the super fast version. I didn't even look that closely at their list, but we did see Force Reread, so that makes sense. No second land drop. Jesus Christ. Can we get jackets? If you're talking about for the club, we'll see about that. All right, I think we lead with the heritage here, and then pass. It's very awkward that the day's doing work now against us, right? If they want days, I don't think we care. We're not gonna essentially use endurance as a force here to force the heritage druid through. The Seas probably take the endurance. I can't imagine to take the thought Seas. Or actually, it's probably Dark Ritual. I take that back because they didn't play the second land drop, right? They're not gonna personal tutor without a second land drop if they can't cast the Doomsday. Yeah, that is a thing. The problem is Elves doesn't really want to play Surgical. I mentioned this on stream last time where Elves is that situation where we kind of have too much graveyard hate. Like, it gets a little bit redundant in a bad way, right? Like, Endurance is nice because it's like a mid range threat as well. Reclaimer is nice because it's also like a creature can get Cradle. But things like Leyline of the Void and Surgical Extraction are unlikely, I think, to see play in our version going forward. Outside of some very specific metagames, because you, you you get into the situation where they're only graveyard hate, right? And you want the flexibility. And obviously, I say that with Legacy Council here being a reanimator player, so maybe that's good news for him. But I don't imagine us playing it more than like a few copies at most out of the sideboard. Maybe like one Leyline or something, just a troll. And Surgical, I just don't think is like an Elvis playable card. Actually, if you ask me, I wouldn't say a Surgical Extraction is not a playable card in Legacy, period. Could you see if he's using 1x basic Swamp? What do you mean by the high star? Like, we checked, we didn't see any basics in their pile in the previous game. I suspect, though, that I suspect they put it in their pile to play around Boseiju. Thank you for the follow, Def Not Oz. So they know about the endurance that they may or may not play around. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in now, here are my socials in case you want to follow. I think if you want to learn this deck or learn how to play against this deck, probably the best thing to watch is like these streams slash replay of these streams because I think you probably pick up the most. I think the second thing is like obviously you play it yourself. Yeah, but there is a chance that we just assassin trophies here, right? I think you play it safe and put an island high star. Like it is not unreasonable for Elves to play assassin trophy, especially since if going forward, I mean I don't think this is gonna happen, but like let's just say that in a scenario where like blue red just like stops seeing play because of shadow, right? Gecko? What do you mean by that? I do not know what you mean by gecko. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, if for some reason people switch to the shadow build, then maybe we look at addressing with Assassin's Trophy, but I don't think we're quite there. All right, let's see. 1C, 2, 3, 4. There's the watery grave. So we have no confirmation here whether they have the basic or not. My gut feeling tells me they probably do, but it's hard to say. Also, they have one Thassa's Oracle in the yard. We're not gonna endurance here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Might as well go to our main phase. And then they have 1 days, 2 days, three. So they have 3 days. And then do they have force? One, two, three, four force. So one, two, three. A little bit awkward here. Definitely bash. If we play the visionary here, unfortunately we can't play around days, which ironically matters now. I don't know if do most. Okay, what are we gonna do here? I wonder, do most Doomsday players play 4 days? I feel like the answer is yes, but I could be wrong. Anybody know? I think we play around it. Obviously, we feel worse here, right? If we don't have lethal as a result. Oh my god, that was it. What the heck? Sure. So we don't even know for sure now going to game three if they have three or four. All right. Well, nothing we can do about that. If they have a natural pack, then so be it. I think the hand is fine. I mean the 75 or the 60. Yeah, I saw. I caught part of your stream. You missed the 5-0 the other day, yesterday, Alice, for the Elf 5-0. Unfortunate, but I think you'll get there. I think this deck is very rewarding. Um, if you want to be as efficient as possible and like not have to spend too much time on a deck, I probably wouldn't recommend this deck. Because if you're being honest, like you get punished for little misplays. So if you play a lot of formats, I wouldn't recommend this deck personally. if you are, if you like the challenge of playing a hard deck and maybe don't need to be as efficient with your time and willing to learn, I do think this deck right now, and shout out to actually Andrea Mangucci for mentioning this the other day on a stream. I do think this is like potentially the second best deck in the format, and he actually said on his stream he thinks it's potentially the best deck in the format secretly. We'll keep. Obviously, big words to say. I'm a little bit more hesitant to say the best deck because I do think this deck has some vulnerability to some of these turn one decks that Delver does not have weakness to. So that would be my reservation for saying it's the best deck in the format. But Andrea has, Mengucci has been doing very well with this list. Then we take the endurance. Why do we keep the bog? That's bad. I guess we forgot to board it out. Yeah. I think here we take the ponder. Yes, as of late, I would say the Neto version has definitely got more popular. I don't, because maybe because they're trying to transition into maybe this version, but I do think that is a trap because oh, okay, we just go for the shepherd play here, right? Yeah, yeah, you have no choice. Tarn. Uh, I do think if you want to learn this version, it is a trap to play the other version first because you're going to develop some bad habits. Wow. Okay. Hmm. How do we want to do this? I think we ramp actually, and then once upon a time. Yeah, what I mean by bad habits is because with that version, usually the combo route is the best play. With this version, it depends. So you don't want to like develop these habits where you always go for the combo route, which I found myself doing. I found other people doing like before. Maybe they want to daze this. I don't know. I almost never play around days. I don't think you can afford to in this deck. Sure. All right, we're gonna bash. I think there is a reasonable chance here that we just want to hardcast the endurance. Um, because we have a faster clock. Sure. It doesn't play around the Thoughtseize, but I think the clock is like super relevant against this version. So here we put them to like a virtual 7, and then they die on the next turn. Obviously, they can beat certain hands from us, but I think we want to be aggressive here. Otherwise, our clock is just way too slow. The question is, do we want to put these cards back into their deck? And the answer is probably would say. You want to daze again, like go. Oh wow, okay. Well, good thing we have two, yeah, for sure. I wonder if that was just muscle memory for them. Maybe. So here, notably, we can get the collector oof. Actually, I think we want to just get Allosaurus Shepherd. We have a lethal next turn anyways. What the heck is going on? They have multiple pack of negations? They can't kill us. So I'm gonna do this. Okay. I think here we want to just get a fetch land and then fetch an upkeep. So Reclaimer's big. We have lethal next turn. Nice. There you go. All right. Proving my backing up my statement, right, that we're favored against Doomsday. Granted, we did steal game one, so maybe that's an anomaly. That was kind of a long game. I will again use the restroom. I'll bring up my list again. All right. Next game. Our opponent kept a ponder, and we saw the power of discard, right? If you keep a weak hand, you are essentially mulling down almost twice because we take away your action. It's actually why it's hard for me. Technically, elves can splash any color outside of maybe blue, because you don't really want to leave mana up. I think red has like red blast. I think white has like deafening silence. But black, I just think is just the most versatile personally. Um, and also sometimes it's relevant where you can cast things off bog and the grist can be cast off the bog. I might have to take the dog out after this, so he can do his business. But we'll see. Hopefully that won't take longer than like 10 minutes or so. I apologize in advance, but I don't want to. I try not to let the dog Lou go too long without having to use the restroom. So might do that after this. We'll see how it goes. Pretty good hand. Keep. I think in the dark, I lead with the Birch Lore, in case they have removal. Also, if they're a Chalice deck, they're more incentivized to just play out the Chalice that it gets immediately invalidated. Alright, we can go nuts here. Sequencing here matters because you want to play the Shepherd first before the interesting that they would show us Bayou. Pets need to be loved and have. Thank you. Oh, that would have been nice. That would have been nice. I feel like we just pass here. Green Sun for one doesn't do anything here for us. Outside of maybe a Wasteland or something strange. But yeah, usually our walk, I would say it's going to be anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes, and hopefully he does his business pretty quickly. But yeah, as a heads up, after this match, I will take a quick break to take out the dog and then come back and finish up. Ghost Quarter, oh my god. Why would you do such things? Looks like it's Depths. That's the only deck I know that plays Ghost Quarter. Alright, in case it matters. We're gonna get a second Shepherd in case they have like removal into force. I doubt it, but you never know. Hmm. They pause. I wonder if they. Okay, I was scared for a second. They're trying to like think about whether they want to hold back Dark Ritual into Opposition Agent. That this is like a type of deck that may have that. But I'm gonna not play around it. Like I don't think the hand like dictates not playing around it there. Like we have the win, right? We don't want like some potential shenanigans to be coming out. All right. If we're operating under the pretense that they're some kind of like Merit Lage deck, then I think we want the Caracas for sure. Shriekmaw obviously awkward here, but so would some of the other options. I think the one endurance is nice to have, and then I think we want Seize. No Bog, no Glimpse. The endurance is to buy a turn in case we need to fog a Merit Lage. The Grist is because we want to kill Opposition Agent or Plague Engineer. Um, and then the rest, I don't think matters. So shout out to Brian Colville, by the way. Our opponent has mentioned that he has seen my username in Brian's videos. So cool thing there. I think here we just keep like I think we're gonna keep most hands against our opponent here. The Ghost Quarter, the only thing I can think of is like some of these Turbo Depths versions play it right because you need a Wasteland so you can Ghost Quarter whatever you need a Ghost Quarter. Oops, almost messed up there. Oh no. I was afraid of this. Okay, I thought they were for sure gonna Dark Ritual Opposition Agent me there, but did not happen. I was almost certain that was what was gonna happen. We know they don't have Wasteland. I mean, there's a Dark Ritual, Jesus. Okay. Oh, maybe they're Lone Pox? Sure. Oh my god. What is they have Wasteland too? So I put them on the completely wrong deck. Um, but Jesus, we better fetch safely now. I think in this situation we need the mana and just want to flood the board. I'm a little bit scared now. Like this matchup is quite scary. Um, as painful as it sounds, I think I'm gonna put the Shepherd back. We want land drops. It actually doesn't really do much in this matchup, to be fair, too. We seize here. We boarded wrong, but it's just like now that we boarded wrong, do we thought seize here in case it matters? I feel like we have to play it safe. It pains me to do this. Damping sphere, okay, sure. Or the smallpox. I think on this board state, we probably take. I feel like we take the smallpox. I don't think we care about damping sphere here. They probably put the Liliana, I would guess. The him, okay. Alright, we're gonna bash. Yeah, we were testing Veil of Summer. It never came up. Which is probably reason to maybe not play it. Right? Thank you for the follow, Tim. Alright, we don't want to give their discard spells any value, so we're just going to flood the board. Damping Sphere, probably. Yeah, it doesn't do anything right now. We have quite the clock. Liliana, presumably. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, you gotta be kidding me with that. Is Damping Sphere a legacy card? I think it can be. Thank you for the follow, Berts. Yeah, they mean business for sure. So when they pop the deed, I want to pop untap the reclaimer and hit that. So we'll see what we do. I think we play this out. Probably. Well, it doesn't. Well, there's no more fetchable, so it could matter. Yeah, we'll play it. Pop the deed now, maybe. Interesting. All right. Here we're gonna pitch to that. I know, right? Jesus, that's not gonna be good for us. Guess we get the. This is real bad. The good thing is we don't have much left to get to go the distance, right? Okay. So they Liliana us here and like start nuking our deck. What are they doing? Could matter. Unlikely, but it could matter. For sure, for sure. So we're just gonna throw bodies, right? Like, sure. Now the big question. We don't care about Liliana here for at least another turn, so I think we got it, but famous last words. There is one topic I think of that can at least stop us from winning for now, but I think we put them on the one turn. I think hitting Liliana is playing it too safe there. Even for me. Very actually, cancel this. Yeah, on that specific board state, it was just too valuable. I think here, I'm gonna go ahead and put on the screensaver almost like, uh, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take the dog outside. I'll be back in about 10 minutes if I were to guess. So, BRB.
Sorry about that, Star Fox. Yeah, I am back. The dog didn't do his business, but he did use the restroom. I know, right? Like Sadra, the 3/4 body, just like pun not intended, but huge. All right, let's see where we go from here. Maybe we will convert our 2-0 start this time. We went 2-0 into 2-2 into 3-2 last time. Ooh, it is Matthias. Lomer Boy's favorite person here. Of course, they always have it. They always have it. The good thing is, I think our hand is going to be straightforward in the sense that we're just going to have to walk ourselves right into a Fury. But I don't think we have any choice based on their start. I'm going to play around the Blood Moon here just to be safe. You don't underestimate a Moon player trying to cheese wins. Oh my god. Nice. That's good to hear. That's pretty backbreaking actually for us. I think we probably already lost. Like, I don't think we can beat this kind of start. I do think this matchup is not as bad as it sometimes looks. It just, the problem is the losses just feel so bad. The losses just feel so bad. Oh man. Alright, let's do this I guess. Like the reason why I dislike this, like I don't even think the matchup is that bad. It's just like it feels like none of your decisions matter. Oh, they're dead. Like there's no decision that matters there. Is why I dislike playing it. It's because you can't leverage skill at all. I think I brought out one waterwood. Like the games always feel like that when they win, is the issue, where you just didn't make a relevant play, right? And they're just playing spells at almost random. Yeah, so I think I'm also biased. So I'm glad Sadra mentioned that. Like, as somebody who likes to play decks where decisions matter, it's why I dislike playing against Moon Stomping.
Notably, I don't think I cracked the fetch here. Well, yeah, I don't think. Adding more to which Swift was part of it. What was your top three favorite arts in the deck? Oh, that's a great question, Jason. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Mm, I definitely. Let's take a look. I think the Shriek Maw is pretty awesome for sure, especially the Time Spiral version. So I like that. Um, Something about Caracas that I like as well. I think Gris is pretty cool, and Progenitus for sure, mentioned by Death Not Oz. I'd be remiss to not mention Guy's Cradle, obviously. Of the creatures, I feel like maybe the Visionary or the Wirewood come to mind. The Birchmore Rangers is nice too because it's like two Rangers playing together, right? I don't think it's the Shepherd is cool with the Dino. It's definitely not Reclaimer, and I don't think it's Endurance. I don't think it's Hoof either. So I think if I had to choose a creature, maybe the Visionary. Like I like a lot. And then the land, I think it's either the Cradle, the Caracas is pretty sweet. Those come to mind. Keep. I think here we put the Reclaimer back actually. As counterintuitive as it sounds. I fed him already, but he didn't do his business yet.
What do you mean?
I took him out real quickly right now, but he didn't do it.
Well, I don't have time.
Okay. Sort of. We still need a third land. There's the third land. We just have. I'm not gonna fetch because I just want to draw lands multiple turns in a row. Something scary here, please. Alright. Oh my god, that is so bad for us. I hate this matchup. Like, the other thing why I think I'm biased to is I tend to like decks that don't mulligan aggressively. So I don't like to pair into these decks that aggressively mulligan, if that makes sense. That's third land. That's good. Jesus. Okay.
I screwed up actually. I should have. That was a mistake on my behalf. Like I took an extra 6 damage here or 7 damage here. Not that, I don't know if it would have mattered, but I like zoned out for a second and then like didn't kill the Kikijiki with the Rattle Master on the stack. Not that I don't think it matters, but it could have. They can sweep here too. Yeah, it's probably just over. Wait, what? Oh yeah. I'm like messing up right now. I'm getting distracted. I like messed up, and it could have mattered. Like I'm at 9 instead. Well, like they don't get the token, and they don't get the Rattle Master, right? So that's like another whatever it is damage. But they attack for a bunch here, obviously, and I chump. If I sequenced it correctly, I could have gone Visionary there into another creature, trade potentially with the. Well, they could have swept actually with the Chandra and still put pressure on me, right? Yeah, I'm not sure it would have mattered. I can tell myself it wouldn't have mattered to make myself feel better, but I gave myself, I cut myself out of any chance to win that game by getting sidetracked. I should have killed the Kikijiki with the Rattle Maps on the stack. From that point, it was already too far behind, right? Also, with the incoming Trinisphere there, I'm not sure it even matters because their opening was just too strong, right? Like we can't beat most of their nut hands. Well, actually, Death Not. We actually beat it uh, on the draw turn one chalice. I mean not chalice, 3 ball against the Jaka Hops version in the previous league. You can usually beat that with natural order, but they just drew pretty poorly, and we drew a bunch of endurances to take out Chandra off the board. Enchantress gets slightly better than mediocre. If Enchantress is good, that's actually great for elves. Uh, I think if you play Archon, it's like almost unlosable. All right, so we're gonna leave with Reclaimer. Let's see what they do. Obviously, we get Cradle. They don't do anything. Then we'll deal with our turn one elf here. Okay. A lot of Lotus Petals today. Okay, shoot, that's bad for us. Any Rite of Flame deck. So I'm gonna blame this on I think it was Sadra that mentioned this earlier. Yeah, Sadra mentioned not getting Scapone, right? Like, this is kind of what's happening here. I don't hate them, I just hate playing against them. I don't hate the players. Obviously, I don't like playing against it because our new, Lord and Savior, Endurance, doesn't do anything against them. Yes, Death Not Oz, I'm aware. That's why I made the joke right now, right, about Tony Scapone. Or about Sadra, mentioning that earlier. They passed. Interesting. Unfortunately, our hand is like pretty garbage though, that we wheeled into. I think with Delta, we can guess it's CES now. I think before it kind of looked like whatever, but yeah. I think with Delta, that kind of suggests it's TES. We're probably still dead. We needed to naturally draw into a uh, Green Sun for Oof or natural Oof hand there. Tony is definitely a friend of the stream, though. Comes by pretty often after demolishing us. That's fair, Mike. They could top deck into it. Yeah, this looks like TES, but I don't know what's going on here. We somehow get another turn. Okay. Shoot. I think the line is we glimpse into Visionary and hope the draws are exactly Cradle and Green Sun Zenith. It's asking a lot. Ugh, that's the Cradle. The problem with Once Upon a Time for Cradle there is even on that board state, we only have really 3 mana, right? And so we're just dead. So I think we were drawing dead if we did that. Now there are outs. Now there are outs. But we have to draw pretty well. I think here
We if we glimpse, we're gonna go down to no mana or 2 mana. We have to hope to draw the Heritage Druid pretty soon. Oh, too late. Too late. I think in this situation, the life could matter, so we'll just bash. We're probably dead. Probably dead. Yep. Yeah, the wheel is pretty bad. One of the few situations here that the Nettle Sentinel would have potentially got us there, but we play the percentages, and usually this doesn't happen too often. We should be dead, but we'll see. They haven't drawn business yet, which is like. I think Mindbreak Trap's even better, right? High Star out of the sideboard here. Brainstorm. Oh, maybe they just draw Echo and lose, right? Actually, no. It exiles itself, so. We should be dead. Did they draw Claw? I didn't see. Oh, yeah, you're right. They did. Alright, so we are dead. Yeah, I just didn't notice it. I thought they only drew, but they did draw Claw. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Mike. The odds that we even get to turn 3 for that are so low. Right. I honestly think this game here is an anomaly because we shouldn't have even gone to a. Where were we? Yeah, we shouldn't even have gone to turn 3 there. Also, for what it's worth, in the Netto version, this bog here is not an extra land drop for us, right? Which would have messed up the math. The pop out window. Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. We could have done it this way. All right, we're dead. So the good thing is, I'm glad we did decide to register Mindbreak Trap. Notably better against TES than Ant. Correct. We were in this game. So I don't think usually this is the case, but we were here. Actually, I don't. I'm not used to. Oops, wrong one. Not used to doing it that way, but pile view. Grit doesn't matter. Endurance doesn't matter. Neither does bog. The bog, notably being a land drop, was relevant there, but we still didn't get there. I think we just bored out the Glimpse of Nature. Like we just want like low to the ground cards. The funny thing is, I have beaten Tony. It's just always off stream for some reason. But yeah, unless there's proof, right? I can't say I beat Tony. All right, we'll keep this hand. Obviously, we want like one of these 6 cards, either the Seize or the Mindbreak Trap. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I definitely want the Mindbreak traps over discard in something like this. Ant, which I think has put up more results, at least online lately. Uh, Speaking of the devil, keep. Ant can play through Mindbreak trap just like Elves can, much more consistently here. I would say for this version of the deck, the soft spots tend to be these Rite of Flame decks and Oops All Spells. I think everything else is like reasonable to play against. Even the lands matchup is I think fine now. It's close to Little Nuts. Obviously, you want to be able to lead turn one on Seas. But yeah, against these, no protection so to speak decks, right? Mindbreak Trap pretty insane. I do believe they start to board and Veil Summer against us now because of. I know we get scouted from the TES community and they're always looking at what we're playing. Um, so I know Veil Summer was being kept in because at one point we were on 6 discard. Bayou would have been literal nuts. I think here it's like, do we want to walk into a Veil of Summer? Hmm. Possibly, yeah. I think here, yeah, we walk into the Veil of Summer and see if they have it or not. If they have it, so be it. Like, it is what it is. Oh, I think it's Abrupt Decay. Nope. But it's probably over. I find it hard that they can beat Mindbreak Trap, these decks. You're right, exactly. Right, especially under pressure here, right? You kind of have to just walk into the Mindbreak Trap. They probably know we had trapped here, right? Like, we didn't do anything till turn 3. I think there is. Well, I was gonna say there was maybe some argument to play out the green sun in case they like kill the Alistar Shepherd or something. I don't know. A trick that we may employ here is we're gonna pretend like we're gonna auto yield and then get them on the trap. I think that is likely gonna happen here. We're gonna try to like time it correctly. We did have turn 2 oof, so that is some pause for them to think maybe that's why we kept our hand. Because from the opposing viewpoints, like, why did they keep their hand? That just didn't do anything, right? What is going on? They need 2 removal spells here. Just don't miss your timing. I don't think we mess around here. We just like activate and go. They need 2 removal spells, yeah. Ooh, Romario is starting up, so we will be rating Romario once we're done with this league. All right. This is gonna be the hard game to win. I think ideally we would have been able to seize on one there, trap on, or and have trap for game three, but can't have anything. Sorry, can't have everything. Don't think we can keep that. I think turn two collective against this kind of deck is probably not. Well, let me think. They should have killed Shepard on their turn if they had anything. I'm debating with myself whether we want to keep this hand or not. It has turn two collective. I think we'll keep it. Like they could just leave keeping a hand with Veil, and that just feels bad, right? What is the fundamental turn like for TES if they're trying to go fast against us? How like consistent is their turn two? And there is a chance. There is a chance. They just keep a hand just because of Veil of Summer. I feel like they're gonna go off now. Interesting. In which case, it didn't matter if we did go for. I mean, granted, there's a chance we Veil so. Sorry, we draw into the Mindbreak trap, but no, we were on the draw, Mike. No, you're good. Honestly, unless we had the trap, it didn't matter. Please. Oh, okay. We are in business. We are in business. We can claw for trap. You think that's better than seizing it? I think we thought seize personally, Mike. But I feel like they can play around it a little bit, right? Like I've seen these lines where they just play out their mana. I feel like they probably did not. Yeah, I don't think claw either. I feel like seize is so much better here. Okay, looks like all. What is going on that side? Yeah, I was gonna take the writ for sure. There's a chance brainstorm's correct, but yeah. Oops, I should show this. What is going on that side? Yeah, I don't know. I think we play everything because in case they like somehow wheel, I don't know.
I'm saving obviously the green sun for the collector oof in case it matters. I need to do the. Uh oh. Looks like they maybe go for it. Claw then oof. Who even needs it, right? Who even needs it? All right. What? Let me see. We do that first. Actually, hold on. Cancel. I need to do this correctly. We get the trap first, and then we oof. I almost screwed that up. Get a second trap, yes. And then shut off their mana. Order matters. Yeah, but Seiju means land drop, right? Secret mode, for sure. Here the Visionary ramps us, right? We went to 2 mana to 3. Okay, this is just straight up easy mode. Are we short? I think we. Actually, hold on. Hoof them. Yeah, we could. We have enough mana, anyways. This is 4/5. If we reclaim her for an arbor, that's an extra creature, but then we can't do the other thing. So I'm going to once first and see what happens. If we get a 1-drop here, that's like super ideal. Because that gives us another creature to attack with. Yeah, yeah. So Star Fox is mentioning the line that I'm referring to here, which is now they're just dead. Instead of us having to count damage. There we go. Beating TS. Thank you, Mind Break Traps. Very strange that they would opt to do it there. I feel like they should do it earlier. Right? If you draw the bounce spell, actually it doesn't even matter, right? It has to be removal because the petal is cut off. For sure, Sadra. Gandalf the Great is no Tony Scapone. I have been blown out, believe it or not, before in, I forget which format. It might have been EDH or this, by Force of Despair. It probably was EDH. So our opponent just asked, our opponent did just ask if they're supposed to wheel or not. I think you are. All right, one more.
Unfortunately, we broke our win streak here a little bit, but maybe we're gonna end strong still. At minimum, we're still gonna be at least positive on the day. Uh, and then I'll probably shortly after this ship you over to Romario. Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit dangerous giving the elf player a wheel, right? Like, it could be like the natural or tutored for collective. Yeah, as crazy as it sounds, as much as I hate playing Mind Break Trap, it keeps winning games. So maybe we just keep playing it, like against these Rider Flame decks in particular. That's true. They did give us one of the two traps. Adalorenzi. I feel like this is a Alurin player. Obvious put back here. I think we once first. Oops. Yeah, discard not that great against these kind of decks that want to kill you turn one. When in doubt, just take the cradle. I think here we're exactly punished if we draw Birchler, but I think we leave with a redundant creature here. If they kill it, they kill it. Like I actually want them to kill the symbiote here, right? We're only exactly punished if we draw Birchler Rangers, which is a 2-0, I guess, right? I think we leave with a Shepherd. Bash. The Bog doesn't really do anything here, but we'd be wasting mana if we did the other line. Because the other line nets us mana, I'm just gonna go with that. I don't think they have Wasteland. I don't think it matters, but having some fun. I've run into this player before. I think they are a Euro deck as well with Allurin, so that's why I'm keeping the Bog too. So yeah, so Mike and I are thinking exactly along the same lines. We didn't have enough mana for Visionary there, Oz. Which is why I hinted at it. We're exactly punished. Oh god. Might be a Plague Engineer here. Yeah. Alright. Now that's not fun. We can get Gris and tick up, but then they probably just name Insect is the problem. And if they name Insect, then the Gris gets just a lot worse, right? I think we dig and see. I hate that the engineer here can name Insect and we're just like, that's a misplay. Unless they want to force that, that's possible. Okay. I think we need the mana, so we'll pass. But the problem with the bird, christening the bird is they can still, if they have a land, still cast the engineer. Let's see if they name insect here. They may. Yeah. We can grist the engineer, probably fine. Yeah, so they went after the insect. Interesting. I think now we probably get the wirewood. Well, actually, we can't. We can't. It's not insect. What are your thoughts on cards like Leyland? I think that card is very, very narrow. Sam Squanch. What do we want here? Probably a reclaimer, if I were to guess. Nah, I don't think Virtual Ranger doesn't do anything here, right? When in doubt, take the strongest card. Okay, we don't care. When in doubt, take the strongest card. Because Reclaimer means you have Arbors later too. Don't think we care about this at the moment. We care a little bit, sure. It's on Insect. Now we get the Visionary, and then we'll see. I guess this is a free attack, right? They don't have Death Touch yet. I mean, I guess it would be like a zoo type Tarmogoyf, right? So notably, they can reset their engineer here, which is like super annoying. Do we go for it? I feel like we kind of have to at the moment. Shoot. Punished. The real mistake really was maybe we should have held the heritage back, but I felt like we need the mana. And we just drew into the glimpse and that whiffed. Super punished for playing the heritage there. The thing is, the heritage druid rewards more lines, right? Like if we draw more visionaries or green suns, we're more rewarded. We just happen to draw the wrong card. All right, now we're gonna get. They're gonna reset their, yeah. That's annoying. I think we do that first, just in case. It's not main deck, unfortunately. I wanted to do a service to the D&T community, right? D&T players were not happy about main deck Progenitus, so... Actually, I should have kept one black mana. Not that it matters. I think they have force too, so we're probably just dead. Like this is kind of annoying. Main deck engineer. Actually, it was not. I guess it's the Living Wish. We are most likely dead though. I keep losing to this player. I think they know like our list or something. Actually, I take that back. On the previous time I lost to them, I'm pretty sure I punted too. So that one's on me. I have not seen their dark bat list. All right, what are we looking for here? Do we have two Bayou still in the deck? So let's just double thin, I guess. We just like ate out four lands from the deck, which is like pretty relevant here. Yikes! All right. They almost assuredly have force backup, so I think this game here is probably lost. Hey, Oris fan, thank you for the follow. When I said we are built to be engineer, it's typically not game one for what it's worth. So if you do want to edge against elves, I guess you can play Plague Engineer game one, and that will give you an edge. Like we are typically not suited to beat engineer game one. Thank you for follow us, so strong. It's almost enough pressure with the Reclaimers to hold the Yorion back at least. Yeah, I can see that. We have no more fetchables, so we're doing it this way. Sure. Even if we did have natural, I'm almost certain they have force plus pitch. All the deck thinning in the world is trying to come up huge, right? Like, all right, that does things. I think here we have to do it this way. All right, we're just dead now. Instead of revealing more information. The engineer, obviously, being pre-boarded against us, pretty big. Alright, the two forces could be relevant for the Allurn. I don't know how relevant they're going to go for it, though. It feels like maybe not. I don't think we want the Caracas. Even I know they have Uro, but I typically don't play around that. Endurance, again, given that they're on like the combo-ish kill, maybe not. I think I like it this way, given that they're not like there is some merit to the Force of Vigor, but it is just like straight up dead potentially though. And I think I'm gonna dare them to try to beat us. Well, I guess we could. Do we board out? I don't think we. The bog is probably enough just to deal with the Uro in an emergency. Um. Yeah, I think we don't want the Force of Vigor actually. Like, given that they're on 80 cards, we're gonna dare them to beat us with a combo. So Orsman, the reason why I didn't morph is because in case we drew a Glimpse of Nature. But yeah, that is one of the hidden strengths of Birchlord post board in that you don't need to really board it out because against these end the festivities or plague engineer, it still has value with morph. But I held it because of I was trying to draw to glimpse of nature, and the morph didn't seem relevant at that point. Ooh, we are just not drawing well right now. Jesus. Um, I feel like we're not. Man, this is tough. Yeah, I think it's that. Maybe they forced because we won a five. Yeah. Oops, no. I think here we're just waiting for a glimpse turn, right? We don't want to just like randomly get hosed by engineer on arbor, right? So we're gonna do it that way, and then lead with the glimpse now. No way we're attacking anyway, so it doesn't matter. Nice, progenitus. They technically could endurance us here, but I don't. If they do that, I don't think we care. We're gonna dare them to have two forces, right? That was a modal 5 too. Shit. Well, what can you do? Yep, we're dead. Unfortunate. We won a 5. I don't think there's really anything we could have done. And we played more lands than most, so it's really quite unfortunate. They have a line through recruiter. Yeah, I know. I'm just get. They show the kill. Is all I want. All right, there you go. Yeah, I know. I just want them to show that they didn't like board out the win condition, for instance. Something like that. Very fringe, I understand, but I figured it's quick enough. I could have. I usually just message them too, but then I didn't get a chance to type it out here. So we went 3-2. Unfortunately, we lost the moon and we lost to Alurin. Not where we want to be, honestly, but like we more a 5. What's it called, like game 2? So quite kind of unfortunate. And they had not only did they have the comp, but they had force to protect it. So it is what it is. Yeah, I think I'm okay with losing to that. Like, and then here, this is like a coin flip matchup, right? Like, not really anything we could have done against their hand. We could have given us more of a chance, but good point, Sadra. That's fair. That's very fair. I forgot about the living wish, but yeah, we're just dead. Typically, that's a good point. I should just scoop in the future, especially in leagues where This is like no value, right? The time is worth more. Anybody have questions for me? The Veil of Summers, notably, would have been quite awful here. The traps were kind of useful. I think this was the configuration we played last stream, and I do think this is probably better than the Veil of Summer. And if need be, we will. I don't even think necessarily the Shadow matchup is bad per se, but we will adjust if need be. I do like this configuration. We lost a coin flip matchup, and then we moved a 5 to for the other one. And then, so I don't think it's the worst. We went 3-2. Obviously, would have wanted like a 4-1 or the 5-0, but I think this is probably fine. I will have to think about, as always, the last few slots again. Um, oh yeah, so it was just kind of unfortunate. We had to mull twice. Oh, actually, no. You can recruit Earl doesn't work. That's true. I was thinking about just found any creature, but yeah, that does not work. But probably dead regardless. I'll go ahead and if actually I'll give 1 second or I'll give a moment to Ray. Not Ray. Thinking ahead of myself. I'll, yeah, they can recruit Iceman. That works. I'll give a moment before I raid Romario here. But anybody have any questions? We notably, I think, want to play the Mind Break traps as much as it pains me. All right. In that case, no questions. I will go ahead and raid Romario now. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Appreciate big ups to Mike again for the subscriptions, donations, and yeah, I think I had a lot of fun despite just kind of slightly above average, I guess 60%.